Do it.
And that's it. We're live. We have no viewers yet, but we are live. So put away your PCP.
Yo, chill, dog.
They're not supposed to know.
They can't know about that.
They're not supposed to know. That's how you stay up for 3 days drinking.
Yep, that's what we're gonna be doing in Vegas for sure.
Yeah. Well, I have some trepidation, if I'm totally honest, because I haven't done any like heavy drinking in a long time.
Weren't you just in Scotland or something?
Yeah, but I was there with my wife. Like, I drank a lot of scotch, but it's not like I drank a lot of scotch at once and then went to like rowdy bars and whatever else.
I don't know anything about the married life, but I got you.
I'm pretty worried about Richard Siegler, man. Like, that guy's a party animal, I'm sure. 100%. That guy, like...
No. I was talking to those guys this week, and I think they're very much all on the go to bed at 9 gang.
Well, I mean, it is, like, the tournament, right? Like...
Yeah, no, I don't know. To each their own.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, I want to do really well at the event. And obviously, you could do better if you get sleep and don't drink yourself into a coma. So it makes sense. I just don't think that's going to happen for me.
But man, it's also Vegas. I mean, you know, like, if you guys don't want to stay up and, like, party all night, I'm not going to talk you out of that. You know, being in bed by, like, 11:30 would be great. Like, you know, that's enough time to get in some decent sleep. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to stay up till 3 a.m. every night.
Yeah, you know, well, unfortunately, my body's like, hey, that's what you do now, even though I don't really drink that much. But this weekend, yeah, I can't imagine this going very well. If I'm being honest.
What do you
I think
mean?
it's going to go south real quick when everyone starts drinking.
Oh.
And we start going out to the nice restaurants and stuff.
LVO, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be it. It's so funny. It's like I'm the young whippersnapper in my crew a lot of the time. And like when we go out for nights, like drinking and stuff like that, restaurants, like these events, I feel like they're out drinking me and they're like staying up later than me. And I'm like, dude, I'm so tired. Just like let me go. And they're like, no, we're going to the next bar. You know? And I'm having to keep up with them.
Maybe I'll hit my stride like back in my mid-20s.
Yeah, maybe. So is it just gonna be you? Or is your wife coming?
No, my wife is staying here. She's got to work, but I'll be rolling with my buddy Norm, who will be there.
Nice.
So
there's gonna be so many people. Everyone's gonna know everyone. We'll probably meet a ton of new people.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I know like some of the people I've interviewed want to meet up with me, like Matthew Green. He wants to meet up with me. So
yeah.
I mean, like, there's gonna be no shortage of people to meet and like hang out with. And then probably whomever beats my ass all day long too.
Dude, we're totally
we'll be like,
against each other.
that would be so fucking funny. Be like, first table, oh, hey Cannon, what's up, man? Hey, not much.
Hey. Funny seeing you here. You come here often?
Yeah. So teach me about Gene Stealer the hard way.
Yeah. So what you should have done was
Yeah, man.
I'm kidding.
That's how I win or learn. Like, I learn by like making horrible mistakes and then being like, well, that was fucking embarrassing. I'm not gonna make that mistake again.
Whoopsies. Man, I'm still trying to figure out like how to do my game introductions for this weekend. Because like obviously when you walk up to a table, when you walk up to the table and like you're like, this is my list, just blah 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 blah. Yeah, this is that kind of thing. there's so much stuff that I would have to explain. I'm not sure what I cut out of that. And obviously, you know, my opponent can ask me any questions throughout the game and whatever, but
Yeah.
I mean, I literally can't be like, yeah, this can do this, this, and this, and access to these 12 stratagems, and I will be there all day.
Yeah.
The book is just pure complicated jank.
Well, I mean, like, is it complicated like AdMech complicated, or is it just complicated like interesting choices complicated? Because those two things to me are very, very different.
I would say it's as complicated as AdMech, but in a different way, where AdMech relies on like your command phase stuff, and then just being like, okay, this unit needs to do this on this turn, and then if I go second, I have to go blah blah blah, and you just have to go down playing like the entire game based on your command phase buffs almost. Where this is like that, but it's spread out throughout all the phases.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, and it's weird. It's a play it at an optimal level as well. You can just, I don't know, try to just put good stuff in your list and not worry about stratagems and a ton. But there's so many just like janky tricks and stuff that you have to remember, because that's how you win games.
Yeah. Interesting. I listened to your podcast on the Art of War.
Hell yeah!
I've been trying to watch bat reps of folks playing Genes Stealers, but I don't know enough about the army to know, like, is this person actually decent at this, or is this just like a, you know, like I threw darts at a board kind of list, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I would be. I mean, I haven't been watching much of other bat reps or other people, like what they're doing. I've just been play testing or practicing, but this is one of like I'm not trying to sound like pretentious or whatever, but like I think there's very few people that are gonna pilot this at a top level, and that's no knock against, you know, other people who are saying that I'm smart or anything like that. I'm pretty dumb, but this requires like
well,
a lot.
You're hanging out with me, so that's pretty stupid. Hey, double whammy. Made fun of both of us, you see?
Yeah, and then you listen to my podcast, so I probably sounded like an idiot too. So you're like, I'm still talking to this guy.
I'm like, damn. This guy's still chatting? He says patriarch so much.
My buddy John messaged me after the first one dropped, and he was like, "Yeah, you say a lot." I'm like, "Thanks, bro."
Yeah, I mean, you should, dude. As a stutterer, is like a crutch word for me, because it helps me like sink in to the next word, right? Like I can just transition really easily. So when I was in high school and we're doing all those like public speaking classes, and they're saying to not say like or and this and that, and they're like grading you on it. Man, that's some rough shit. It's like, you have to give me a few free ones. You have to. Like, pretty sure the ADA demands that you give me a few free ones.
No doubt. You painting up your last Dread Knight?
I'm building it, dude. I got it today.
Dude, nice.
Yeah.
Thank God for Battle Ready, am I right?
Well, I have 7 Dread Knights now. One of them's 3D printed. 2 are eBay rescues, and they don't have the right like WYSIWYG stuff on them. So, and I didn't ask LVO if it's okay if I run one of those, because, you know, all my stuff is built the same.
Sure.
So I'm kind of stuck putting together this last one, and it's because, like, you know, I've learned a lot about how to build them and how to paint them and how to magnetize them and all that. So I want to make sure I do all that. Because, like, it does suck that these things are so stupidly monopose. Like, they just stand there like this. Same pose. You can't, like, move their legs or anything. And to do so, you've got to actually take a saw like this one. And you have to cut the legs up. Right in here. which means you also have to cut these little tubes and shorten them and then bend them back in like to position later. It's actually kind of a pain in the ass.
I've built 5 of them, all GW, and they all equally suck to build. It was not. It was. Man, that took me so long. Like, you're magnetizing and doing all that fun stuff or whatever, and I'm putting together stock. It took me like 3 hours per dread knight or something, 3-4 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
I swear, like I swear I got into like a groove, but I don't know. I definitely won't have this one built by the end of the stream whenever I decide to go to bed, probably in like 3 hours. But that's because I'm doing all that other stuff too. And I want to actually paint this guy properly, so I'm going to be like building the legs and the torso and the arms, and then I've already sliced up all of the like I'm gonna call them body panels, but like the actual decorative like armor plates. I've already cut those out. I'm gonna airbrush those. Yeah, right. These like the leg or the like the shin guards and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna paint these individually because my ones that I painted with a brush look okay, but man, the airbrush just gives you those like creamy blends on white and stuff that you can't get with any, like you cannot get that with a brush or a million fucking coats, and I'm just not that patient.
So uncomfortable.
What?
That word creamy.
Creamy. Creamy.
It's like that and moist.
Oh, what is with people and moist? I think moist is a hilarious word, and like folks are like, ew, it's gross. Or I've got this friend, she hates the word ointment.
Oh yeah, that's a weird. Yeah,
like a topical ointment for a burn or whatever. Like, oh yeah, you gotta smear on your ointment, your creamy ointment.
Jesus. All right.
The moist, creamy ointment.
Jesus.
And now you're like, why did I join this stream again? This is silly.
My night is ruined.
Yeah. Yep. That's my MO. So
it do feel like that.
You've never been to LVO, right?
No. This is my first year in the competitive stratosphere.
Oh wow, look at you making waves and everything.
I know. People think I'm cool or something. I don't know. Or good at this game. But boy, are they wrong.
Yeah, you're just like, I just roll lots of 6s. Got lucky.
Yeah, they're like, this drunk idiot's back at it again. Dice roll real good.
Me die roll good. Me win game. Ha ha ha.
Cannon win games.
Yeah. Jump your thest. Woo.
Dude, I have this 10-pole hat theory that I think people just like let me win because they feel bad for me.
No way. You there's no way you actually believe that.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Hey, Dar Winning has joined the chat. What's up, man? We're just
the username.
We're just making fun of ourselves here. Please, self-deprecating humor is my favorite. My absolute favorite.
You told me that.
Yeah, man.
You told me that. I can see it. I definitely can see it.
Yeah. It's a way
to
like.
Trade, by the way.
What? Trade what?
I'll paint your Dread Knight if you want to paint 22 dirt bikes.
No, I'm good. Aren't you just gonna prime them and then do like the grime trick that you?
Nah. Let's see if I can flop it.
Oh. So Darwinning is asking me. He says, I know I play Deathwatch, and how do I deal with armor like T7 and toughness 7 and 8 with the Army of Renown?
Can't you take the kill teams with the eradicators in them?
I was gonna say, so if you look at some of my recent interviews with Michael Costello, took it to 14th at some huge London Grand Tournament, some crazy super major.
Oh, I think it was like the Glass Hammer Open or something, maybe, right?
But he ran a lot of melee. But there's another. Oh man, I'm gonna show my ass now. There's another guy that I interviewed. It was an awesome interview, and he took all Gravis armor kill teams. So eradicators and heavy intercessors and aggressors, and that was a fascinating interview because he plays it totally differently. So yeah, there you go. So you might want to check out.
Like
let me. So Michael took a lot of melee and thunderhammers, and then he had a drop pod that dropped in. I think it was like 8 veterans with Stormbolters, and then he would use the Special Army of Renown, the 3 CP. I think it's like Specialism Extremis is the name, and any hits of 5+ automatically wound or something. Or no, it's all hits. That's right. All hits automatically wound. It's the only way to actually bust through those like really high toughness, like an Exocrine or whatever, right? If you need to use Stormbolters to kill like a Lehman Russ, you want to use this Army of Renown stratagem. It was with. Oh man, this is gonna. Hold on, just a second. Yeah, Crusher Stampede is gonna be I think Tyranids are actually the most. I think they have 46 players of Nids going, and then it's like
Custodes,
the next closest army is like 43, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, where is it?
Still a decent check.
Was it a live? Yeah, I think it was a live video. Yeah, of course you were facing fucking Crusher Stampede. So this dude took, man, I wish I could remember his name, but it's been a long day. And he took lots of eradicators and the flame aggressors and stuff, and he was able to just like melt under massive volumes of saves. And that worked out pretty good for him. So,
does Deathwatch have an access to a fallback and shoot?
Yeah. So if you have a jetpack model in your kill team, then you can spend 1 CP to fall back and shoot. So like the Gravis armor, you can bring in Inceptor. And the Firstborn guys, you can bring a Van Vet. And that's really good. And then if you do the same with the bikes, so Outriders, which no one takes, or the Firstborn bikes, you can fall back and charge. So
that's not half bad. Can you go to like an Ultramarine doctrine, or I don't know how Deathwatch works.
Oh, well, this will be cool. Yeah. So. And Darwinning is like, it's interesting to talk to me because it seems like everybody has their own take on how to play Deathwatch, which is why I love that army so much. It is so versatile, and you could play 3 Deathwatch players in a row, and they are all probably going to have very different lists.
Yep.
The Army of Renown, the way that it works is it takes the whole chapter switching thing of the normal Deathwatch book and turns it to 11. So in the normal Deathwatch book, you can take you can turn one unit into any other chapter tactic, but that's only one unit per turn, and it's 2 CP, so it's not cheap. And because of the way that it's worded, you can really only take the offensive chapter tactics, but you can do stuff like put advance and charge on assault centurions, which is insane. So they can move 11 inches and then charge you. It's just fucking nuts. But so what the Army of Renown...
I think they have base 4 movement, right?
No, they have base 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll double check that. I could be wrong. I think it may have been 4 the last edition.
It might have been.
I'm curious.
I don't know. But so the Army of Renown, you get to pick your chapter tactic for the whole army at the beginning of every turn, and the only caveat is you can't use the same one twice. So like what you can do is you can be like, all right, I'm facing Grey Knights, I'm gonna be Black Templar, and now you have your 5 Feel No Pain and all that jazz. You can be like, okay, it's turn 3, everyone's White Scars, everybody advances, everyone charges. It's really nuts. Yeah, and like
I like that a lot. What do you lose for taking the Army of Renown?
So the Army of Renown specifically says you can only take kill teams and characters and then certain transports. So you can take a Corvus Blackstar for every firstborn kill team. You can take an Impulsor for every Primaris kill team. And then you can't take any other vehicles, so no dreadnoughts. And you can't even take any other units. So like you can't take a Gladiator Reaper, you can't take I think they do allow drop pods. So it's a drop pod or a Corvus Blackstar for every firstborn. But basically you have to take nothing but troops. And then you have to buy a specialism. So if you remember what the specialism is, it's a
I've never looked at the Death Watch Codex, man.
Okay.
So I'm just like learning from you right now.
Nice. So the specialisms are upgrades that are actually kind of expensive, and you can stick them on a kill team, and it allows you to reroll 1s to wound against whatever that battlefield roll is for that unit. So if you pick Dominus, you're gonna reroll against all elites, right? You just get reroll 1s, but
yes.
Deathwatch has to pick a battlefield roll at the beginning of the match that they get to reroll 1s against just army-wide. So if I pick elites for that, all my Dominus kill teams now reroll all wounds against elites. All wounds.
Damn, that's pretty damn good.
For melee and shooting, it's just all wounds entirely. Now the thing is, they're expensive. Like a Dominus upgrade is like 20 points. The Malleus one, which is heavy support's like 30 points. And then normally you're only allowed to take 1 specialism per army list. But the Army of Renown, because it requires you to take specialisms, lets you take 2 of the same ones. So you can have 2 Dominus. You can have 2 Malleus. So that's what a lot of people... but it does mean that you're like sinking a lot of extra points, right? Like if you want 2 Malleus and 2 Dominus, that's 50... That's 100 extra points in your list that effectively are just like unit upgrades. So you're taking an elite Space Marine army and then you're making it more elite. Right? So
yeah, it feels less bad than the Gene Stealer Cult Codex. They have a similar system. You get like a whole page of upgrades and shit. But it feels less bad putting a 15-point upgrade on like a 45-point unit rather opposed to like a 200-point kill team, right?
God, yeah. Yeah, is that really how that works?
Yep. And they're all good.
Oh, hold on. So Darwinning is saying there's a jank list where it's all 100 Deathwatch veterans and then you Iron Hands to victory. Could you... So I know Iron Hands always get a 6-up Feel No Pain. What else do they get as their chapter tactic? And you don't get their... Like, you specifically do not get their super doctrines. You only get their chapter tactic.
reroll ones and shooting, I think.
Is it?
Yeah,
know.
something
I've
like
never
that. Or
played
with,
Iron
or with
Hands.
heavy. Iron Hands is
yeah.
good.
Yeah, they're the
I think
only.
that's the best performing.
Yeah, they're the only good Space Marine faction right now.
Yeah.
Is there a reason your camera's off?
Templars are good. Oh yeah, I was checking something.
Okay, I was gonna say I might just vehicles shoot a double wound bracket. Oh well, you can't. That doesn't work with the Army of Renown because you can't bring vehicles other than like a Corvus Blackstar or two.
Yeah.
Which, even though they're getting a point drop here soon, I still think are a little too expensive.
How are they fast at least? They have a decent movement characteristic.
Oh yeah, Corvus Blackstar is a flyer. It's a transport for 12 models.
The Gladiator.
Oh, the Gladiator Reaper. I think it's toughness 8, which actually surprises people. But otherwise, I think it just has a 8-inch move, maybe a 9-inch.
Okay.
It's not as fast as a Impulsor, if I remember right. I don't know.
Still too slow.
The Gladiator Reaper is a cool model, and that's a lot of shots. That's really cool.
Oh yeah.
That's so many shots. So
you will definitely pick up some stuff.
So you take the Feel No Pain. Yeah, and then you do Inheritor of the Primarch to pick up the Feel No Pain for another turn. Then, turn 3, you could, that's right, you can just take Whirlwind of Rage in Assault Doctrine. I mean, that's the other thing Deathwatch can do, is they pick which doctrine that they're in. So they don't have to go Devastator, Tactical, and then picking one, and then Assault, or whatever's left. They can actually go like Assault, Tactical, Devastator, Tactical, Assault if they want, or whatever.
That.
Yeah, it's completely up to you. And it's it's boring, but it's surprisingly strong.
No, I like that.
So what is Whirlwind of Rage? That's exploding 6s in melee, right?
In combat, yeah.
Yeah.
And typically what you see is Iron Hand Successor, Whirlwind of Rage, and Master Artisan.
Yeah, and that way you get reroll 1, hit roll, and wound roll for every unit. That's so good. That's so good. Especially on stuff like Eradicators.
It's 1 or.
Oh, it's 1 or? Okay.
Yeah, they made sure to change that nowadays.
Assembling 100 veterans. So in this crazy strat, or this crazy list that you're talking about, okay, I was going to ask if you go all chain swords just for a shitty amount of rolls, but he said power swords, so
and that probably gets expensive pretty quickly, right?
So Deathwatch veterans are actually 23 points with a power sword. And then even though special issue ammo isn't as good as it was in 8th, it's still very good. It's very niche because you can pick. So you can do like whole bunch of Deathwatch vets with their Deathwatch bolter and a power sword, or whoops. I've got a new camera setup and it's a little not used to it just yet, but anyway, or you can actually give them all chain swords, which are free. So for 20 points you can give them a Deathwatch bolter and a chain sword. And then so 10 of those guys are charging for 3 attacks, plus 1 for charging, plus 1 for the chainsword. If you take them in the Army of Renown, You can spend 3 ECP for all 6s to hit automatically wound. You're now, if you're an assault doctrine, you're now at -3 AP, or, my bad, -2 AP on all of those. And then, like, if you chapter master them, you can just fish for 6s. Oh yeah, that's right. You can actually give them each 2 chain swords. I forgot. So if you really just want to like drown them in saves, you can do that. Where you're like, all right, so 10 of them are gonna charge for 6 attacks, auto wounding all hits. You can then fish for more 6s with chapter master. 6s are gonna explode. Yeah, and then like they got to roll all of those at -2 for 1 damage each. So like your -1 damage shit means nothing. It means jack shit. Like
warp the meta.
It's memey as fuck though. Like
no, I like that. I've been on the receiving end of a double chainsword crusader squad once or twice. It's not pretty.
Yeah, but
that's pretty solid.
But that is hilarious. And the chainswords don't cost anything, so you can do that. That's 20-point models. And then you'll probably want to throw like a black shield into every kill team that does this, so that you have a heroic intervention. And then they get like they hit on 2s in melee, and then they get +1 attack if they have a melee weapon in each hand. So I think a black shield on the charge with 2 chain swords would have like 9 attacks or something. 8 attacks? It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yummy.
But
big fan. You want to hear something depressing though?
It does sound fun to play, but I don't know that it's good. Yeah. What's up?
For 14 points per model, I can get a pure strain gene stealer. So for like 9 less points,
you are gonna make me sad now. Yeah.
It's like with Might from Beyond and Twisted Helix, it's like 50 attacks hitting on 2s. You can get exploding 6s, or 6s that hit auto wound, similar to that. But they're strength 5, AP 3 base, and they come with a 4-up invuln. They're 9-inch movement now with Helix, and then they can auto advance and charge for 3d6.
And you can auto advance them 6 for 1 CP, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Gene Sealers, I saw, and their new claw profile is just power swords.
Yep.
It's -3 AP, 1 damage, like strength user, and it's just like, damn, that is good. Or no, it's +1 strength. So they're strength 5, -3 AP, plus and then 1 damage. So, whoo.
Yeah. That's 50 attacks with Might from Beyond. It's like 140 for the unit. You have a 4-up invuln. Like, you can take upgrades to give them a 5-up feel no pain.
That's so good.
They're so good.
So good.
The rock turtles are still my favorite weapon profile in the game, like bar none. It's just so hilarious. You just like the fact that the rock drills.
The rock drills.
Drills, yeah.
I heard rock turtle. Like the
rock turtles is
the shelled animal. I was like, well, I mean, we have weird names for all kinds of stuff, man.
You're not wrong.
I mean, Thick City, come on. If you were talking to somebody new, and you start like blabbing on about Thick City, they'd be like, is this a place?
Are you going to a strip club?
Yeah, is this a place? Do I need lots of ones?
Yeah, the names have started to get a little out of hand. But no, the rock, man, I can't even tell you how many times my opponent's just been like, "What the hell just happened? Like, what the fuck was that?"
With all the on the aberrants, or is this something else?
This is on the acolytes. You know how you can take the rock saws? Well, you can take rock drills instead now. We used to be able to take it, but it was really bad. So it's AP4 and 1 damage, which is like not that exciting. But if you roll to hit, it automatically wounds, and then 6s do 2 mortals in addition.
If you roll to hit?
If you hit, it automatically wounds the target.
Oh.
At AP4 1 damage, and then 6s do 2 mortals in addition. So you're tossing like 16 to 18 of those attacks out. You're just picking up like basically anything.
Gross. Jose's back. He says that he's painting up some GK heraldries and then ask if that's the actual plural. And I'm pretty sure it's just heraldry. Like, because that would be, so like, if you have family heraldry, this isn't a heraldry, it is just your heraldry. So Darwinning is asking you to explain Crossfire because they say that they are not a smart man, but they also called you Mr. Gene Stealer Man, which now I will call you
Mr. Gene Stealer Man. Shit, my cover's blown.
now they know, man.
Now they know. Rats. So Crossfire, the way it works is just on the stock, I guess, book page, there's multiple ways to give it through the codex, but if you declare all your shots from one unit into another unit, and you get 5 or more hits with a damage 1 weapon, or you get 1 hit with a damage 2 weapon or above, the unit gets a Crossfire marker after all the attacks are resolved. And then to go from there, if you can draw a line of sight from a Crossfire model's base through the enemy's base, and it has a Crossfire marker, and you can see one of your friendly units on the other side, it gets +1 to wound. It counts exposed. Exposed. And then if anything within 12 inches gets, you ignore cover on that unit. So, kind of complicated, but there's a lot of stuff in the book that lets you do it without having to meet those requirements.
So, does this mean that as a Grey Knight player, I should not use Tide of Shadows against Gene Stealers, or I guess minus? So, do they ignore the bonus to armor saves, or do they ignore cover?
I'll have
because
to look at the wording.
Like Hive Guard, I've had this friendly argument, but this argument I've had with like multiple Tyranid players. Well, I'm like, no, the phrasing on your Impaler cannon specifically says that the target does not receive the benefit to their armor save. Like, it specifically says that. It does not say it ignores cover. So you still get -1 to hit me because I'm in a crater. Or and
Den. Yeah. This is just straight up. It just says straight up ignores cover. It's not light cover. It's just straight up ignores cover. Because dense cover is technically not a benefit. So if something just says ignores cover, I believe it.
Yeah. So dense is not a benefit. It's not a benefit on the unit being attacked. It is a detriment on the unit firing.
Yeah.
So then,
and detriment to movement.
So would they still get the -1 to hit then from dense cover?
No. Oh wait, hold on.
You see, this is exactly where the confusion is, right?
So if it says ignores the benefits, then you would still get the -1 to hit. But if it just says straight up ignores cover, like they're doing with the new books, then you don't. There's no dense penalty. But if it specifically states benefits, then you still get the minus because it's not a benefit.
So you're telling me that means okay. So obviously this isn't your fault, canon, but this just goes to show how like. All right, I like Warhammer because it's complicated, but shit like this makes it needlessly complicated. So you're telling me that there are units that ignore cover just entirely, which makes Tide of Shadows completely worthless. Who gives a shit, right? Like, Raven Guard's whole shtick is basically they always have Tide of Shadows, right? So entire units now ignore that, okay? Because they ignore the benefits of cover. But, or, I'm sorry, they ignore cover. But if a unit ignores the benefits of cover, then that just means that when they're firing at a unit in cover, the unit being fired at no longer gets an armor save bonus, but they still take the detriment from firing into dense terrain, right? But then also there are units that have things on their datasheet that specifically say that they ignore one or the other or both. And that's where I'm just like, this is insane, guys. Either it ignores cover and that always means this, or you don't ignore cover, right? Like, does that make sense? I don't know. It seems like it's already complicated enough, and then it just gets more complicated. Like,
Okay, so let's even go even further on the dense cover thing. What is your understanding of how dense cover works? Like, if your model is touching it,
all right, so
touching it.
So let's say you are, just to make this easy, okay? Let's say you have a unit that's wholly within a forest with dense. That is a two-hit penalty is applied to the unit firing, which is a debuff on that unit. It is not a buff on the unit being fired at. Is that an incorrect assumption?
No, it's not a buff.
While light cover is effectively a buff on the unit being fired at, because they get... It's basically who's rolling, right? So, like, if you have Hive Guard and you're firing at my strike squad in some ruins, okay? The Impaler cannon straight up says that the unit being fired at does not get the benefits of cover to its armor save. That's pretty obvious, right? It means I don't get my +1 to my save. But it gets confusing where it's like, okay, now it's some other unit and they ignore the benefits of cover. Does that mean that means my unit no longer gets the armor save bonus, but the unit firing at my unit still gets the -1 to hit that unit? Or is it they just ignore Tide of Shadows, basically? So, right?
Yeah. No, but like, I was talking about, like, if you have part of the unit in there, do they get the -1 to hit? Sorry, I'm reading.
Oh yeah, quick. I mean that's just within the terrain rules, where if it's wholly within or just within, right? So like if you have one strike squad half in a forest and the other 4 guys are outside of it, do they still get the -1 to be hit? And I think the answer is yes, because all shots are done before any wounds are applied. Right? It's like how how in a forest you can tow in a Dread Knight, and as long as you're in Tide of Shadows, they get -1. Well, I guess that's actually not true with that example, but a Dread Knight can tow in onto a forest and be -1 to hit, even if, you know, one sliver of its base is actually on the forest. It's the same thing.
But if say there's a 5-man strike squad and 2 of them are just tagging into the forest, they get the benefit of they get the -1 to be hit.
Yeah, I think the whole unit still does, and it's because, like, once you go to assign wounds, you get to pick where the wounds go. But when the hit rolls happen, all 5 of them are alive, and so you don't get to assign wounds yet. And if you pull the guy out of the trees, then obviously any other unit that fires at them will no longer get that minus to hit them. It is confusing. It seems like it doesn't need to be, but it ends up being, if that makes, I don't know. But like I was listening to a Crusher Stampede podcast this morning with John Lennon, and he was explaining that the Crusher Stampede fight on Death Strat is actually worded in a way that makes it stronger than it usually is for the fight on Death strats. We're like, so usually a fight on Death Strat specifically says you can use it if the model has not already been selected to fight that phase. But the Crusher Stampede one does not have that. So you can charge in, fight one unit, kill it, have another unit fight you, kill you. You spend 2 CP, 3, and you fight back on death at full wounds. Because it doesn't have that little stipulation in there that says if it has not already been selected to fight that phase.
I'll go one further. They can fight twice as well.
Really?
I've been on the I've been on the receiving end of it.
That's awful. But like,
at first it was awful, but I figured out a way to get around it. I have some sauce.
Yeah, like
it sucks though.
But I brought that up as an example of things where it's like, no, these things should all work the same way, right? Like, if your unit has the ability to fight on death, then now we know, right? Fight on death. It's like fucking like capitalized or whatever, right? Like fight last is. And now we know how fight on death works, but no, it isn't that way. And some of it is, some folks still have older codexes, but even so, you know, like this Crusher Stampede strat is in a new White Dwarf, and it still doesn't have the right wording in it. Is that an accident? Is that a specific design choice? Like, we have no idea. And that's the stuff that drives me a little bonkers about this game, and makes it hard for me to approach my friends to get them into it when it's like you can end up gotcha'd, and the person gotcha-ing you might not even know that they're gotcha-inning you, if that makes sense, right? It's just like, oh yeah, that's the way my strat works.
Yep. Okay, so that's important to know. That's why you practice and read. Man, as much as I love, you know, putting giant dinosaurs on the table, like, the army is so dumb. It's so dumb. I've found a list that beats it consistently. Very good win rate against it. It sucks. You can literally be new to the hobby, pick the army up, and go probably win an RTT, or at least like place it at GT if you have any concept of like moving, shooting, and you remember a couple stratagems.
That's crazy. Is it really? Is it like really that easy? It's that like point and click? Seriously?
Yeah, you literally just shove your models forward. There's no nuance.
Wow.
You you turn one Swarm Lord or Diamond Karen into your opponent's lines, fight twice, then you know, they'll charge, do mortals. It's always 6 mortals.
Yep, it's always
they'll fight
always
twice.
6. Yep.
And then you kill them, they fight on death, and then they send the next thing in. So if you can't deal with that thing, and then the 2 other things coming at you next turn, then you just lose. You can't outplay them in the mission because they count as like, you know, 18 models on the objective. They literally blot out the objective, so you can't even put models on there.
Yep. And if you do manage to squeeze on like 2 obsec dudes, they just spend 1 CP and make that monster obsec.
Yeah, it's too much. The -1 damage and 5 up invul army wide.
Weird, kind of like Thick City. Are you saying that's a little too much?
Yeah, one would say.
So, Darwinian is. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you got. You're good.
Oh, I was gonna say that they're saying that GW likes to pawn it off as rules as intended, you know, and not like rules as written. But it's like, no, people are always going to take it as rules as written. I don't think that's crazy. That's
all TO's rule. No,
I don't think that's crazy though. Like, in a game this complicated, right? If this was 1-page rules, like maybe you could argue like, no, it's clearly intended to go this way, but like for the most part, you can't do that.
No. Hey man, I'm sorry to bounce out early, but
Oh, what's up?
I have some people coming over.
Okay, it's all
So
good, dude.
all good, man.
All
We'll
good.
definitely chat. We'll have a phone call before we leave for Vegas. Just
Oh,
go
for
over
sure.
some stuff you want.
Okay,
So
sounds good, dude.
cool, man.
I will
Later. Thanks for
talk.
having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for swinging by.
Yeah, no problem. Later.
All right, well, he's gone. It's okay. More one-on-one time with you guys. So, yeah, I'm actually wondering if the Swarm Lord, like the swarm of cheap 20-point chainsword wielding Deathwatch veterans might not actually do okay. See, the thing is though, like if you build a list that just kills Crusher Stampede, you're gonna kill Crusher Stampede, but then you might lose to Imperial Guard or something, you know? Like, you gotta be careful. And we never got to talk about the changes to list building or the points increases or decreases, like the Corvus Black Star went down, thankfully, which is awesome because it deserves it. That's such a cool model. Love that model. By far the coolest looking flyer in the whole game. And I'm including the Thunderhawk when I say that. It's true. Yeah, you do get the Hurricane Bolters for free, basically. Okay, Jose. Here's the short version of what Crusher Stampede is. It was a Tyranids White Dwarf Army of Renown. It allows them to bring. So the downsides are they cannot take any units under 3 wounds. Might be 2 wounds, but I think it's 3. But anyway, 3 wounds. And then when they bring, or then the whole army gets a 5-up invul, and they can bring more monsters. And when they bring monsters, so the the big models with lots of wounds. So when they bring monsters, the monsters get -1 damage, and when they're standing on objectives, they count as the number of models that is equal to the amount of wounds remaining. So if you blast down some monster to like 8 wounds, they are now 8 models on an objective. So they take a minimum 3 squads of warriors. They take Leviathan so that they can get the new Leviathan traits. So the warriors hand out through synapse. 3 of the monsters are gonna get +1 to hit. The Swarm Lord can make them move twice and advance and charge. They're all like toughness 6 to 8. These monsters are. Some of these lists bring Hive Guard, some of them don't. It's like the Swarm Lord has the Chapter Master rerolls now, so you can give 1 unit like reroll all hits. You can do the Flying Hierodules, I think is the name of them, and they can end up moving something like 30 inches, advance and charge, and then they have a stratagem so that when they charge, they get to roll a number of dice equal to their wounds remaining. And if they, on 4-ups, they do mortal wounds up to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So it is almost always 6 mortal wounds. Because they're going to roll like 14 or 16 dice. And, you know, mathematically, most of them are going to be more than 4s. You get +1 on that roll if they have a lower toughness than your strength, which almost all of them will because you're a monster. And you get -1 to that roll if they have a higher toughness than your strength, which is only going to happen against like tanks. It's pretty good. And like, I'm not going into all the others like synergies with relics and stuff. Like, it's really good. It's very scary. And if you've looked at the LVO numbers, the Tyranids are the #1 most common faction in the whole LVO. In fact, now I kind of want to bring this up because I don't know, I might be wasting everyone's time now, but anyway, it's like 46 players are bringing Tyranids, and I think the next closest is 43, which would be Custodes, which makes sense because like they have a new book, but also they transport really well because your whole army is like 26 models. Yeah, so Ripper Swarms are explicitly not allowed in the army of Renown. So you can't bring swarms and you can't bring models with 3 or less than 3 wounds. So you can't bring Gaunts, you can't bring Gene Stealers, you can't bring Ripper Swarms. It's pretty crazy. Pretty good. Yeah, I did say can't, right? You can't bring swarm units. Yeah. If I didn't say that, that's definitely what I meant. But yeah, you have to like you pretty much have to have an answer to this list if you go to a competitive game at the moment, because otherwise you will get your shit just kicked in. It's actually why, like, with the Grey Knight's point changes, I'm actually kind of thinking about dropping a Dreadnought or a Dread Knight and bringing a multi-melted Dreadnought. But then I was doing some playing around with lists, and I don't think that will really fit either, because the Dread Knights just get so much. I mean, 2-up armor, 4-up invul, and all that shooting is just hard to say no to. Versus 2 multi-melta shots, like, okay. Like, you're better off actually putting a Great Hammer on your Grandmaster Dread Knight. Because that thing's gonna do a ton of work, you know? Alright, I don't want to attack this, so I'm going to build Terminator, the legs, the torso I'll leave separate, the legs I'll glue on. No, because I have to see what the pose is going to look like. Glue anything on, so. Alright. I'll build the top of the Terminator. I'll leave the legs on here. Go from there. Yeah, I don't think Rippers count as a swarm because they're Forge World. I don't know. I think I thought in the podcast I was listening to, they specifically mentioned that like Ripper Swarms were not okay. So, I don't think you can bring the Ripper Swarms either. Which makes sense. The idea, like the thematic idea is it's a bunch of crazy charging ahead, like hard to kill big dinosaurs, right? So, makes sense to me that they don't allow swarms at all. Plus, you can't have it all. I mean, imagine if like the Deathwatch Army of Renown allowed you to bring dreadnoughts. Like now you have kill teams that are gonna auto wound all the time, and then also, well, not all the time, but as long as you have, you know, command points, and then also they're gonna get backed up by heinous amounts of Redemptor shooting. I mean, come on. I'm not very good at cleaning up these little sprue marks at all. This is his left arm. So if we get this pad. I would love if we got at least Venerable Dreads, but we didn't, which sucks. At least we get the Corvuses if we really want them. I mean, even if you lose, like, if you have Corvuses in your list, you've won on style. Definitely won the style game. I love Deathwatch War, but I can't. Oh yeah, I can't wrap my mind around how to actually play them. So when do you mix it versus keep it uniform? Yeah, that's a great question. It's one of the reasons I really love Deathwatch. I've already said it once during this stream, but like I love that they're just super versatile and you can build the list 100 ways, and you know how great that is. But generally speaking, you want to take kill teams. So a specialized mixed team are called kill teams, and you want to take mixed kill teams pretty much all the time. And then how do you mix them is another question entirely. But it depends on what their job is, right? So, like, if you want a hard-hitting melee squad, you might take a few Terminators with Thunder Hammers. You might take a few Deathwatch veterans with, like, a Chainsword, which is free, and some Storm Shields, which are only there to, like, eat shots as they are trying to get into melee. You'll probably stick, like, a Black Shield in that unit so that they get a heroic intervention, but then also that model has extra attacks, blah blah blah. Like, that's a big question. It's hard for me to really break it down because it depends on what you want that unit to do, and then the way you can build a kill team lets you do pretty much anything you want. And then, like, you might put a biker into that melee kill team, because then if you spend 1 CP, you can fall back and charge, which is pretty good, you know? Yes, which rule do you want in a Deathwatch team? Yes, that is the answer. You want them all. But, like, if you're gonna bring an Indomitor team, which is all Gravis guys, you know, you're gonna have, like, you might bring 1 Interceptor, and then you'll bring 4 Eradicators and 5 heavy Interceptors, and then for 1 CP, because that Interceptor's there, you can fall back and shoot. And what do you want your Eradicators to do every turn? You want them to shoot. You don't want them to just, like, get tagged by, you know, 20 cultists, and now they suck for 2 turns. You know, you want them to be shooting. So the Inceptor allows you to do that. Too bad there's 60 goddamn points now. And then that's not even getting into all the other stratagem stuff you can do, and like specialisms and how you can make like a team even better at doing this stuff. It's real good. It's fun. Low-key prediction is gonna be Deathwatch Army of Renown infiltrator spam to meme on Tau. Huh. What do you say that? I mean, you can forward deploy. I guess you can take eliminators, which their camo cloak actually makes them super hard to shift, but I mean, like broadsides are core. We know that now. And if you hit an eliminator with D3+3, they're still dead. Like, you know, they're not gonna make it through that. That's 4 damage. Oh yeah, okay. So the movement phase with a mixed unit is pretty nuts. So just remember, you want to keep everybody in coherency, and you want to generally move the fastest models first. But remember that if you have like a Vanguard vet and a bike in the same kill team, the Vanguard vet can move through models because it has fly. The biker doesn't. So the biker is really fast. You want to move the biker first. You want to string out your infantry, and then you can pretty much move the Van vet anywhere that you need it. So if there's like a hole in your coherency, you can move it there, or if you need it to be in front of the biker to like give that whole unit, you know, 1 inch closer charge, you can do all of that. But yes, it is a little complicated, yeah. And yes, I know about the Helix Gauntlet, but I mean, that stops the first amount of damage, which is hilarious when you think about the Tau Railgun. You're like, no, I'm just not going to take that. But you still get shot by, you know, broadsides are going to be in units of 3. They fire twice per gun, I think. 4 shots each, if I remember right. It might be 2 shots total. Anyway. Yeah. And I mean, we're also talking about this all in a vacuum. So, you know, it's a little, yeah, it's a little hard, but I'm actually now wondering about that. So you bring a whole bunch of infiltrator or some Spectrus kill teams, which are all the Phobos armors guys. So now you have a ton of infiltrators, which is cool, because you effectively just deny the whole board. Right? And then you can bring in cursors, eliminators, or LOL reavers. In cursors, ignore cover. All of those units can forward deploy, so you could like throw in a lot of aggression early. Yeah, I don't know. I know Deneath is making a list work in Australia that has a Spectrus kill team that he combat squads and then throws them into the middle of the board during deployment to make you counter deploy, and then his Phobos captain has Lord of Deceit and he pulls them back, or no, his Phobos lieutenant. So he like makes you run around like crazy with like mental games, and then he just pulls those units back anyway. But that's not a whole army of it either. I don't know, the like, especially the Proteus kill team, because it's all firstborn, you have all those options of all of that war gear, right? Like that's the downside of the Primaris ones. So you're kind of stuck with whatever they have. Like, yeah, you can pick which kind of Hellblasters you want, but for the most part, like, you're not really picking much. You're just picking which gun. But, like, a Proteus team, you can bring a Terminator, or a Van Vet, or a Biker, or another vet, or a vet with a heavy weapon, or a Terminator with a heavy weapon, and then you have all of their various combinations of gear in between there, right? Like that'll be nuts. I mean, it's I'm sorry, the Proteus team's choices are nuts in comparison to the Primaris, which also makes sense to me via the lore. That's true. Yeah, I guess the Fortis does let you take one Outrider. I'm really sad that the Fortis doesn't let you take suppressors. I would love that. Like, that's not a good unit, or it's not thought of as a good unit, but if you had a squad of 5 of them in a a Fortis kill team, they could be really fun. But wah wah, not possible. Yeah, no, and then like that would also give the Fortis teams the ability to fall back and shoot. So like, so you take your 5 intercessors, you take 4 ass blasters, you take 1 suppressor. Now if they lock them up in combat, guess what? One CP, you fall back, and you get to shoot all of those guys. That would be super dope. I mean, assuming they live anyway, because 9th is so deadly. Like once you are charged, you're pretty much dead anyway. But yeah, I see why they didn't put Blade Guard vets in though. Like, first of all, I mean, I guess the others are usually, I guess Van Vets are usually elite too, so that doesn't really count. But I don't know. If I could take kill teams with Blade Guard vets, like the only way you could make a Blade Guard vet better is to give them a specialism and then make them obsec, and that's what Death Watch would do if they could take Blade Guard. That would be so goddamn cool. That'd be real. Like, you'd see like 15 Blade Guard lists, I think. Especially because you could like, I mean you already can, but like you can white scars them, advance and charge, Blade Guard vets, 5 of them. Woof. That's good. Some good cheese right there. I can already hear Lex like screaming. Yeah, Deathwatch is kind of that army where you have to like apologize to your opponent if they've never played them before, and then try to like explain what you do in 5 minutes. It's so hard. Like, well, I can do all this, but I can do all of this. Basically, think of me as every Marine chapter, but not at the same time. Also, everything on the board is OBSEC. Surprise! I mean, yeah. It's a fun army, for sure. Alright, we got the hips, we got the top. Got one leg. Not sure if this is the leg that I want to choppy chop, though. Like this. This, and that's the hip. This would be Never the one that you think. So this would be the right leg. Oh, I missed some crew marks. I got into Death Watch because of Uriel Ventris from the Graham McNeil. Is that the graphic novels? Because I have not read them. And isn't Ventress like? I mean, I know how the Death Watch works, but he's back with the Ultramarines now, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Yep. Sounds like Death Watch. Gotta explain how you can still do the thing that it doesn't sound like you should be able to still do, but guess what? You can still do that because you're Death Watch. I love that army. So much fun. Although I will be honest, the thing I don't like about them is painting black armor. Painting black armor sucks. Like you have to edge highlight every panel or else it just looks like this black canvas. It's just this like void. Yeah. And Lex would know, having played against my Death Watch a few times before. So it is fun, like, I don't know. It's fun, yeah, it's really fun just having a unit that can do something that you want that's so effective, like amazingly specialized, you know? So, you know, if you were to say, oh, it's a Grey Knight list with like 4 Dread Knights, right? It's like, okay, you can generally, having played them, you're like, all right, I know what that generally means. But if you're like, oh yeah, it's a Death Watch list with 4 Proteus kill teams and a Fortis kill team in it, you're like, okay, I don't know what it does. Is it a shooting army? Is it a melee army? Is it a combination of both? Like, how am I going to get hurt today? Yeah, I don't know. Contrast paint. I I I I don't mean that to like say I hate contrast paint. I actually like it a lot, and the more that I use it, the more I like it more than I did previously. Um, the black though is like if you don't airbrush that on, the black Templar black, if you don't have some other undercoat on there, like if you prime white and then you just slather on black Templar, I don't think it looks that good. I mean, because like the built-in bonus of a contrast paint is it's effectively a paint and a wash at the same time. But if you're doing black, like the wash part of it is black, and the paint part is like a really dark gray. And so if I've used it over white, I've never quite gotten the hi Sylvie, um, the look that I want out of it by itself. It's great over top of other colors. It's great over top of like grays. It's fantastic. But contrast paint for like armor, I don't know. A silver base coat. Hmm. It's an interesting idea. Base coat Corvus black. That's an interesting idea too. I use the Vallejo black surface primer, and that's generally my armor color because I'm lazy. So I could actually try. That might not be a bad idea. I've got a. So here's actually a Death Watch Terminator I have right here. Oh, no, Sylvie, stop squirming. There you go. And so this is. Let me see if I can't get this actually focused properly. See what I'm saying? Like, it's so hard to even stick this on camera just because it's black and like everything around it is black. But I did edge highlighting on this guy with a dry brush because it's the only thing I thought made it look halfway decent and was sort of fast. So I did like a 2-color dry brush for all the edges. Not my best work, but I mean, it looks okay. Hi, Sylvie. You gonna smell some glue? That doesn't seem great. Oh yeah, my entire Death Watch army is 100% magnetized. Other than my Primaris, there's just too many. There's too many options, man. Too many options. And like sometimes you have like one. Like, you got 5 points left. You're like, okay, I'll give this sergeant a plasma pistol. Oh, wait, I don't want to go build a new whole army or a new model and then prime it and paint it just to have that one plasma pistol. But now I can just be like, boop, and just swap it out. Easy peasy. Oh, Kill Team Cassius. Like, they're overcosted for what they are, and then they all have so many different weapon options, which is very thematic, right? Like, it's very thematic. Like, one of them has a heavy flamer, and then like one's got a plasma pistol, and then one guy on the bike has like a special sword or what. I don't actually remember all their stuff, but like the amount of rolls you have to do just to have Kill Team Cassius shoot. It's like, okay, here's this guy's Stormbolter, and here's this guy's Deathwatch Bolter, and then here's this guy's Plasma Pistol, and it's just like, it's like 1 or 2 rolls for days, just so you can get through this one kill team. Where if you build your own kill team, it's like, no, they all have chainswords. So here's 47 attacks, or whatever. But at least it's over fast that way. You want to try Army Painter, but you haven't pulled the trigger yet. When you say that, are you talking about their new contrast paint, their speed paints? Because I've heard nothing but good things. I've got some of the Army Painter normal paints back there, though, and they're a little bit of a bitch. Oh, you use Kill Team Cassius to do that? I mean, I guess... How expensive are they? Like, wouldn't it be better just to have a 5-man of, like, Deathwatch veterans running around? Maybe with a few Storm Shields or something? Spend, like, 110 points on it? Yeah, which? Yeah, the speed paint, or yeah, the the normal paint? $260? Wow. Oh, Kill Team Cassius, so expensive. Okay, so if you want to pose a Dread Knight's legs, you have to cut the outer legs right around here, and then you have to cut this little hose off and then rebend it or chop it down or whatever. Have you talked about the CA 2022 leaks yet? I haven't. I mean, I've referenced them, but we haven't really discussed them in depth. No. Honestly, like, today was super busy at work, and I did not keep up with a bunch of the leaks that were coming out. So we know for a fact Dread Knights are going to go up 10 points. It still wasn't 100% clear if they also mean Grandmaster Dread Knights, but I assume that they do. Oh yeah, the mono faction stuff. Yeah, that I have definitely played with a bit. So yeah, we're no longer gonna run two brotherhoods at the same time. We're gonna have to pick one. Um, so you can pick. I don't know. Like Rapier is pretty good. Prescient Brethren is good. Sword Bearers, if you still really want to like lean into your Dread Knights really, really hard. Um, I don't think the other ones really have a whole lot of play, unfortunately. And even Sword Bearers now kind of falls off because what happens when your Dread Knights are no longer shooting and they're all in melee? Now you don't have those powers to like make that better, you know? You really had the Terminator from Kill Team Cassius solo Gilliman? That must have been some crazy rolls on both sides, like low for him and real high for you. Because I mean, he's not really. I mean, he's no Abaddon. Like he's not really a combat like character. He's a buffing one, but like his data sheet is way better than a Terminator's. Even a named Terminator. Uh, so what do you? I mean, are you? Do you have any? Is it Gandhi or Gandhi? But are you like? Do you have any thoughts about the mono faction thing? Like, it pretty much kills soup forever. Like, no more souping anything. Um, I mean, from a list building or from a list playing perspective, it's actually kind of nice because now I don't have to remember like who has what, who buffs what units, because I am bad at this game. I just have a microphone. Um, so I mean, yeah, Imperial Fists and Crimson Fists can't join together, but like they're all Dorn. So I mean, Black Templars are Dorn as well. I don't know. I don't think anybody was running. I mean, competitively, I don't think anybody was running that anyway, just because poor Imp Fists are so bad right now. Yeah, I saw that the fast attack and heavy support slots might be being lowered in patrols as well. Yeah. I don't know. I've been playing with some lists today. I did one Prescient Brethren battalion that I thought was okay, but then I ended up going to a patrol and a vanguard because just having to spend 220 points on strike marines. Not to say our strikes are bad, they're not, but it's like that's not what I wanted to spend that amount of points on. So I with a patrol, you only need one strike squad, and then I was able to bring everything else I wanted in the other uh in the vanguard, and I just made both of those prescient brethren, and that seemed pretty good. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that if you bring a battalion, you can only have 3 HQ slots, but if you bring a patrol and a vanguard, I have 4 HQ slots. So or at least I have it full with 4. Does a vanguard let you take more than 2? I don't think it does. Let me check. I've actually got it up right now. It does not. That's what I thought. Okay, well that's actually a pretty decent transition. I will just pull up my new list here. And I will hide all of this. That's awkward with the camera, but that's fine. It'll work out. Anyway, so I have in the patrol, I have a tech marine, a grand, and then a grandmaster, and a dread knight with all the like usual fixins. I'm not 100% sold on Demon Slayer or Vortex of Doom. I think I'll switch this to Empiric Amplification, and I might switch Demon Slayer to like something else, but I'm not really sure yet. One strike squad with swords, 20 interceptors. That's the end of my patrol. So you will notice I specifically only took 2 fast attack slots in the patrol, just in case that actually switches over to where it will be limited to only 2. And then in the Vanguard, I'm gonna try out the Mortal Wounds Librarian again a few times. I've played it, or I'm gonna try it again. I've played it a few times, and I have not had great luck, but I think I've been playing him wrong. So I got a few tips from Matthew Green to play him better. And then I've got another Tech Marine, just because, like, swords I think are better on strikes. Anything that can cast Hammer Hand, the sword math is better over the halberds. So if you're gonna take like a bog standard Terminator squad or strike squad, if you have Hammer Hand, even into strength or like toughness 5 or even 6 models, the fact that you're gonna reroll all wounds brings them ahead of the halberds, and then you still have the -3 AP. So anything that can cast Hammer Hand, I think it's better with swords. Anything that can't, you're better with the halberd. Just from a math perspective. In my Vanguard, I have that second Tech Marine, just because the ability to turn 2 of your normal Dread Knights into Dread Knights that shoot better than your Grandmaster is insane. Because the Grandmaster can't reroll his own hits, but he can grant rerolls to the normal Dread Knights that are now going to hit on 2s. So they are actually shooting more reliably than the Grandmaster. And being its Prescient Brethren, I will generally buff up 2 of the normal Dread Knights with the Tech Marines, and then I'll put the Prescient Brethren strat on the Grandmaster, and it's just lots of very reliable, efficient shooting. Then I've got my last 10 interceptors, and then 3 Dread Knights. I had to drop the teleporter off of the bottom one here to make it fit. And then if you do the math where all the Dread Knights are gonna go up by 10, and then all of the interceptors, the theory I've heard is that they're gonna go up by 2 a model, then that would mean that this would actually cost 100 more points. So this would be an exactly 2,000 point list after the swap over. But I am at 6 CP, which sucks. But I do have the Divination Warlord trait, so that'll hopefully get me up to 9 or 3 more a game on average, 2 a game on average. So I'll have a total of 13 throughout the game. And the other thing about the Tech Marines is that if you don't need them to cast that turn, they can cast Purifying Ritual. I mean, you can't not like that. So they can kind of, like, if it's really late game and there's only a few models left, like, they can stay back and cast while your Dread Knights charge and stab things. Yeah, 6 CP is pretty low. I just don't know. I don't know what else. I don't know. I might actually have a couple more things in here I don't need right now, but this is all very theoretical at the moment. So Falchions they have a niche. Their niche is being in a rapier's detachment with the words of power buff on them and fishing for those mortal wound combos. I don't personally think it's that good. Although Lex who's in the chat, did get on the receiving end of a 10-man interceptor rapier Falchion bomb with words of power and tides of convergence with full rerolls that managed to punk his 28 wound greater brass scorpion in one fight phase, which was funny. He's probably cringing hearing me say that. But that was also before they nerfed Tide of Convergence, so it can do a maximum of 6 mortal wounds now. The Words of Power isn't limited that way. But yeah, I like the rapier thing, it just depends. Like, I like Prescient Brethren, so if you're gonna run 2 detachments like I am, I think you have to run Prescient Brethren, because otherwise you're just too low on command points, right? Like, because the Mortal Wounds Librarian wants to use 2 to 3 every turn. So ignoring any of your rerolls or your other strats that you want to use, the Libby is going to eat up everything you have by itself. So you need those extra command points. If you want to try to make a Rapier's Battalion work and, you know, start with like 10 or 11 LCP, I think that could totally work too. It's totally viable. It's just not what I built here. Also, I love the lore of the Prescient Brotherhood, so you know, bonus. That's true. I did only do 27 wounds. He missed 1 from shooting. I think he was shot down by 1. It was enough to punk him though in 1 fight phase, which was super funny. But it's the only time I've ever done that, and I've never relied on it since, and I wouldn't rely on it in a... If you want to make it fluffy and fun, go for it. Like, don't let me tell you how to build a list that way, but I don't think it's... There are too many things you have to rely on. Like, you have to rely on the Rapier's power actually going off. You have to rely on the Chaplain's buff going off, which means the Chaplain has to be in range. And interceptors are way faster than the Chaplain, obviously. So it's just like you got to rely on too many things going well, and then you have to fish for 6s, which means you have to bring Drago, because rerolling 1s is good, but you're not gonna fish for mortal wounds without Drago. It's just got too much. Yeah, it's got too much you have to rely on, like, going absolutely perfectly. I know that some folks are bringing Chaplains right now, but they're bringing them for the +1 to cast aura, which is legit. Like, that's super good. But like, they're, in that case, they are purposefully not bringing Words of Power. They're bringing the other one, and the fact that our Chaplains got boned without the +2-inch charge aura makes me super sad, because I would almost auto include them in my lists if they got +2-inch inch to charge aura. Be amazing. Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's not a terrible combo. It's just like, when you compare it to 4 Dread Knights, 3 of them hitting on 2s, 2 of them rerolling 1s, or no, 3 of them rerolling 1s, 1 of them rerolling 1s to wound, or you could take like a bet on some like interceptors that are super squishy, right? Like, Grey Knights, a melee Grey Knight list kind of plays like expensive Drukhari. Like, you're fast, you'll kill almost anything you touch, but you have to actually hit them and get to them. And like, you know, having a 10-man interceptor unit that failed its charge sitting in the middle of the board, that is 240 points that's going to die on its next turn. What, Ivar? What? I think he was fast asleep and he just barked himself awake. Oh, yeah. I had an interview with, I believe it was Stuart Trainer, and he stacks all the Warp Charge 7 buffs on Drago for 2 reasons. One, Drago cast 2, knows 3. And then we have that 1 CP 3d6 take the 2 highest cast strat. So what you do is you spend 2 CP, 1 to let him cast a 3rd power, and then 1 to let him cast, and the way that the strat works, it's all casts from that unit for that psychic phase. So you have Drago casting 3 powers on 3d6, which makes a 7 actually very reliable. I think it goes up to like 76 or 80% chance to get each power off instead of 50%. A little less than 50% actually. So it's it makes it very reliable. That's why. I don't usually run 10-man interceptors. My point was, if you want to get the most out of Words of Power and the Rapier power, then that's probably the way that you would do that. You know, in a perfect world where all 10 actually get in, all 10 can pile in, all of them can swing, right? Like, I don't know, like, boards are so dense right now, even with the 32mm base size, I don't really see you getting 10 interceptors in reliably like, you know, and you're gonna lose 1 or 2 to like perils or getting shot or whatever on the way. So I don't know. And as soon as you have 10-man units, you're begging to be shot anyway, right? So yeah, and like blast suddenly affects them and everything. And again, unless you also get sanctuary off on them, which can only be cast by an HQ, they're pretty squishy. And when you do get sanctuary off on them, they go toe to toe with a Mauler Fiend for 2 turns, right, Lex? I still need to print out a nameplate for that interceptor Justicar, because he was a boss. All right, I should probably build this Dread Knight now. Poor Lex getting bullied. Yeah. The last game I played against him, so he loves to run demon engines. And he's got a whole like lore thing for why, and you know, ignoring the fact that they're just cool models, but I realized how good our Tide of Banishment is. Because the only thing in his army that wasn't a demon was like 1 of his HQs, 2 units of Chaos Space Marines, and then like 2 units of Cultists. But there was a Cull Drake, 2 Mauler Fiends, 2 Disco Lords, and the Greater Brass Scorpion. I might be forgetting something. So everything really scary on the board was a demon. And I just army-wide rerolled 1s to hit and 1s to wound in every phase, and it it was nuts. You have nothing to say except that, which is Lex has nothing to say about weapon skill 4+ melee only war machines powered by demons. Yeah, but you saw in the Thousand Suns Codex, like you saw that they're gonna go to weapon skill 3, right? But you also have like Demon Forged, which is, I don't know. It's just the longer I play 9th, the more I realize how the 8th ed codexes were propped up by like excellent stratagems. Like because Demon Forge is an amazing stratagem. You reroll all hits and all wounds. It's only one unit, but it's amazing. But it's also, they had to put in these fantastic strats because like the rest of the army design and the data sheets weren't very good. So like in 9th, it seems like they're trying to make the data sheets better and lower the strat support, which I think is more fun to play anyway. But like you can totally see that in the old Grey Knights Codex too. Old meaning 8th, you know, our 5-month-old codex. Or our codex from 5 months ago is probably a better way to actually phrase that. But yeah, like if, yeah, right. So Lex said that Demon Forge is the only reason that his army is even playable. And believe me, reroll all hits and all wounds on a Greater Brass Scorpion is no fucking joke. Like, that thing is frightening. Unless it's on its bottom bracket with 2 wounds left. Then it's just kind of cute. Any list suggestions for Grey Knights against Sisters? Yeah, don't list Taylor. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but find a list that you like. Get in a lot of reps. Unless you are attempting to have like a really fun Crusade style game, or your friend is asking you like, hey, make the craziest anti my army list you possibly can, which then like go nuts. But otherwise, it's my opinion that if you want to get consistently better at the game, you need to get in lots of reps with the same army so that you understand, you know, when to cast what powers, when to use what strats, all of that jazz. Because if you consistently bring lists that are really good against the army that you're going into, like, you'll win games, but I don't think that you're necessarily getting a whole lot better at the game. That makes sense. So take the list that you want to take and run it into them over and over and over until you start to beat them. That's my list suggestion. Any way to avoid so many cast denies? Pre-measure for any of your, like, that army is hard, man. Like, any army that has a straight up like Black Templars can just deny any power on a 4+ for like 1 CP. I think Custodes still have that too, and there's nothing you can do. Like, if you cast, you know, if you get a 12 on a power, they can just turn it off on a 4+. There's just nothing you can do. So all you can really do is leave the powers that you know you need to get off out of range of their denials. And if you're stuck in, there's, I mean, especially because every single unit they have can do it for free. Like, they don't have to spend any CP. Like, even their rhinos can do it on a 6+, I think. And then they have one of the orders can do it on a 5+, if I remember right. But you're just going to have to know that 16% of your powers on average are not going to go through. And you're just going to have to hope that they stop a smite and not like empiric amplification or sanctuary or like something that you really, really, really need to go off. So pre-measure. Always pre-measure. It's a very powerful tool. And if you ever watch any streams with like, you know, really top end players playing, they measure all the time, and then they remeasure, and then they do what they're gonna do. It's not like, I think it was, well, what was it? 5th edition didn't let you measure until you already declared what you were gonna do, and then you got to measure. That doesn't sound fun at all. But that's me. I don't know. That sounds awful. If you ask me. And it, especially punishing to new players. I don't want to make this game any more punishing against new players than it already is. Oh man, so for this Dread Knight, I wanted to have one of these guns on his shoulder. So his right arm will have a gun on it, and his right shoulder. And then I 3D printed out a big ass shield that I'm gonna put in his left arm. So if he has a shield on and a gun on the arm, it didn't make any sense because then he'd have to like drop his shield to shoot his gun. So if it's all on his right side, I thought that would be pretty cool. So one of these guns is gonna end up, I'll snip off. Well, actually, I could put this into the backpack area, right? Like, I could put it up there, and I could have it be going into the backpack. That'd be kind of neat. Anyway, I have plans. I have plans in 5 days to build and paint this guy. The good news is I've already done the base, so at least I don't have to worry about that part of it. Base is already done. Just gotta glue him onto it, and then, you know, actually paint the rim. But you strapped the hammer to the back? That sounds really interesting. And you know what? Lexi's comment about the Equal Sisters actually made me think about this no sub faction thing is gonna screw them over more than it's gonna screw over Grey Knights, I think. Because like it's like they would almost always run a detachment of the Bloody Rose, which is their like melee stabby order, and then they would run like Martyred Lady, which is their like tanky won't die order, or one of the other orders that I can't remember the name of now. Yeah, don't, if you can possibly help it, don't let Repentia get in on you. Don't do it. They are probably the most points efficient melee unit in the game still. They're super cheap, and they hit like trucks, and they can kill almost anything that they touch. So yeah, stay away from you know, kind of give them the Drakari treatment where you want to like shoot the rhinos that have the Repentia in it, make them slog it across the board, and even then I think they can still advance and charge just like Drakari, but they are made of paper. I think they have I think they only have a 6-up invul save, They are made of absolute paper. So if you can shoot them, your storm bolters will absolutely just annihilate them if they're out in the open. But you have to get them out into the open. And with miracle dice, like, they can always advance 6, and yeah, keep your eye on their miracle dice. Because, like, if you see that they have two 6s, they're going to use that on a long bomb charge. Oh, they have the Triumph of Saint Catherine. That thing is super cool. That is like one of the coolest data sheets. So, it's effectively a slow walking, like, it's got like 3 relics in it or something. And then as you lower its wound value, it can no longer use some of those relics in like some order. It's actually very neat. It's a huge point sink. I think it's like well over 200 points, but it's pretty gnarly. Yeah, the Triumph of Saint Catherine. Stick it on Wikipedia here. Yeah, so it has a 4-up invul. Every time you attack it, it's at a -1 to be hit. Yeah, I'm sorry. It has 6 relics, and then as it goes down, as it's bracketed, it loses relics. Yeah, it's a badass model, and it's a badass, like, it's a pretty cool data sheet too. It's no Saint Celestine and then like Morgan Vol combo, which is very common, but it's very cool. And it is 220 points. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Fiery Heart. So any Adeptus core units or any Adeptus Sororitas core units won't they automatically pass morale. It automatically gains them 1 additional miracle die at the start of every round. There's a 5-up. Oh, they hate psychers, so watch out for that. An enemy unit within 6 inches of this model at the start of your shooting phase, and then you add 1 if it's a psyker and 1 if it's chaos, and they are cumulative. And then it'll do some mortal wounds to you. It's a neat model. It's cool. I would definitely go to Wikipedia and read up that whole datasheet, because it's pretty gnarly. And of course it can... Oh! So it not only denies, as it usually does, it adds 3 to the deny the witch test. So they're gonna deny you on a 2-up. Well, a 3-up for the normal ones, and if it's part of the other, yeah. So they're gonna straight up deny you on a 3-up. I'm being asked if Brotherhood champions are functional. I don't think so. I haven't heard anybody running them. Crow's datasheet is basically a heroed up Brotherhood champion. And if it weren't for the fact that Crow knows Purifying Flame and has the automatic fight on death, Crow wouldn't be run either. And I'm not actually sure. I don't know. The problem is, like, we're so hard up for points as Grey Knights. Grey Knights. No, Brotherhood Champion's probably what, 70 points? Oh, it's an HQ too, so no, they're not. If it was an Elite, maybe, but it's not. Because, like, our HQ slots are precious. Yeah, so it has fight first, 4-up invul, 6-inch heroic intervention, and otherwise it's and it's gonna hit on 2s, and otherwise it's no better than a strike marine, except it has 5 attacks and 4 wounds. I don't know. I don't think it's that good. Our HQ slots, we just, like, you gotta have a grandmaster, or at least in competitive play, right? Like, that's what I should probably preface all of this with. Is it, like, I just don't see how that's competitive when you could bring Crow for 10 more points, and he's got a bitchin' psychic power. He fights on death automatically. Yeah. If he was an Elite, maybe? Like, 70 points is pretty cheap for us. So, but, yeah, he's NHQ. Whoopsie. Although I wonder, you know, I used to think that about the company champion for Death Watch, but then Denith Lianagama came up with a crazy build for them where they're like 70 points, you spend a CP on them, you make them the warlord, so they have fight first, they're -1 to be hit in melee, they get the Blade of Triumph relic, so they do like 3 damage, strength 7, -3 AP. And then you give them one of the warlord traits. I think it's the you give them it's the one that's -1 or +1 to wound. I don't remember. Anyway, you can actually make it pretty monstrous, but I don't think we have that kind of support in the Grey Knights Codex that we do for them in the Deathwatch one. That's actually an interesting question, because Brotherhood Champions, I don't even, like, I didn't even remember they existed. It's like when folks say, oh yeah, I'm bringing Razorbacks in my Grey Knights list, and I'm like, okay. Seems like you could just run another strike squad and do better. But whatever. It's like the Razorback, yeah, it's got twin las cannons, but we all know how las cannons go. They're gonna hit on 3s, so one of them's gonna miss. They're not core, so they don't get rerolls. Unlike, and then like, you're gonna roll 2 for damage because it's a d6. Man, Space Marine vehicles suck. That's really too bad. I'm just gonna do, no, I don't need that. Oh yeah, dude, all of the Deathwing stuff is so cool. If I were to make another army right now, like if my wife like walked in and said, like, you can buy one whole army, what would you buy? I'd probably probably by Dark Angels, because they play the way I want Grey Knight Terminators to play, where they're just like an immovable, unkillable blob of horribleness. But you can't do that with Grey Knights. I mean, we have other very cool stuff, so don't think of me like complaining, but if you want unkillable Terminators, Deathwing is what you build. Hands down. Okay, let's see. So I will probably also have to modify the ankle joint, but that'll be easy because it's just a ball. So I might not even have to actually modify it, because you can just bend it out of the way. Definitely gonna want this and the little groin protector. Hee. Caliban. What's the Caliban halberd beat stick? I don't actually know anything about their codex specifically. That's a good question. I don't know what the pose of my Dread Knight is gonna be. I just don't. I don't like want him to be static with that, you know, pose that's like this, and then you like your option is, do you raise up the arms or not? You know. I've already got the one guy stepping on the skulls, so I was wondering if I should do like a more actiony pose, like he's lunging forward or something. I'll probably have to pin, or if I do that, I will definitely have to pin the leg that's on the ground, because otherwise he'll be really wobbling and break off his base. But like pinning a Dread Knight is not hard. Your Chaos guys have tons of cables, and it's easier to just cut them off. Yeah, it might be. I don't know. When I did the other Dread Knight on these, like these things here, these like little power things, I cut them off here and here, and then I was able to slice it down and do heat to repose it. And that's how I made that work. I don't know. I think I used a heat gun, or maybe, yeah, I think it was a heat gun, and I just kind of bent it to where I needed it, and that worked out. Oh man, what time is it? 8, almost 9. No problem. It's all these little silly emblems and iconography. Dun, 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 dun. Man, so many purity seals. Who likes purity seals anyway? I have been playing around with green stuff a lot lately, and I gotta say, I am super stoked. On my Grandmaster that I made to kind of look like me, I was actually working on a cape. Like it's this huge cape. It didn't look the way that I really wanted it to, but I almost made that huge cape. And then I did make you know, like that super long purity seal that went around the whole haft of the halberd and stuff. I thought that actually came out really nice. And Lex, I have taken your advice and I'm building this guy in assembly pieces, so I won't have to do that awkward painting and repainting steps that I was doing earlier, and I'll be able to actually airbrush every little individual piece this way. I actually wanted to do a half shoulder cape, but I don't know, I'm so new to green stuff that I was trying to get it to work, and it just I couldn't make at my current skill level, I couldn't really make the folds look very good. It just looked like a bag like draped over him. I need to try doing stuff where like I let it kind of harden up for 6 or 8 hours, and then it'll be more pliable and like hold its shape better. I got a lot to still learn, you know? Constant process. Both in the game and out of the game. If you stop learning, you're dead. Put that in the done bin. Let's see. Let's do the silencer tip now. This piece, let's go on. Before I forget, it's that guy. Built enough of these now that like you can almost build it without the instructions. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The trick to make cool capes that look as a second layer on top. Interesting. So you make like bumps. I was kind of thinking like, so, you know, it takes like 2 to 3 days to fully dry. So I was thinking, and even now green stuff like on my other Dread Knight, it's still pretty pliable even now, like after it's like been painted and everything. So I was wondering if I shouldn't try what do they call it, brown stuff, which is the putty that if you have capes like STLs or anything that really fit Strike Squad like power armor well, message me, because I want to make purifiers that are all like in cloaks, because I think that would look dope. But anyway, so there's this stuff called brown stuff, and it's basically the same, like it's an epoxy style like a physical medium, but it dries more brittle, less pliable than green stuff, and I was kind of wondering if I shouldn't try that. But then I go and I see these like amazing artists on Instagram, and I've been following guys that just do crazy green stuff work, and it's all green stuff. They don't use this brown stuff at all. And like they're like doing beards and hairstyles and like pouches and capes, and they're doing holsters, and they're adding like skull embellishments and just like doing all this crazy work, and they don't use the brown stuff at all. So probably overthinking it, trying to find a tool that's unnecessary. Speaking of green stuff, the lines where the two halves of the Dread Knight arms meet is pretty egregious on most of my Dread Knights, so I'll probably take some green stuff and kind of spackle it in there. Really got to work the... I mean, I do. It's bright green when I'm done working it. I still have to go past there. That's like... It's like when you shake up a really old bottle of paint and it's just like, is this even worth it? It's only $4. More blue equals more stiff. Okay, good to know. I should do a whole green stuff video explaining all of this, because that would have been good information to know before I started fucking around with green stuff. I just tried to mix it in the most like even, right? Like I sliced off in almost exactly 100%, or as close as I could, in even ratio. And I wonder, like, no, I don't know. I guess it makes sense the way that they're actively doing it, but I mean, I guess it's a good thing that acrylic paint is pretty bendable, so I want it to be pretty even. Since it's a two-part, you can't really go more than 20% either direction. Okay. Makes a big difference in the final result. I believe that. Good to know now. Thanks, man. Thanks, G-Dub. I'm fighting with this silencer barrel right now. Alright. That's done. And then I always snip out and put together the incinerator. Even though I haven't used one on the tabletop ever. I don't think ever. But who knows? Maybe they'll be good. Or maybe the meta will change and it's gaunt carpet or something. We need lots of horde clearing. Yeah. I was actually kind of surprised to see that the Dread Knight chassis is what went up, and not some of the weapon options. But I mean, I guess we haven't seen the field manual just yet, and we'll get all the points tomorrow, but probably been leaked already. I went to my Warhammer store to go get this Dread Knight because I had ordered it a while ago, and I asked if I could pre-order the book before I realized it wasn't Saturday, it was Friday. That was smart. And then he had to remind me again, like, Rick, you can't pre-order before the Saturday. It's fun. There are rumors they'll be wiggling the weapon options too. Huh. That would definitely shake some stuff up if they do. But it's like, I don't know. It's like when they nerfed Inceptors, like, we all know they were good, but we all know that the one that was busted was the plasma Inceptor. So, and no one was running the normal bolter Inceptors, so they nerfed the entire Inceptor body when the plasma guns had their own points cost. I thought that was really weird. It's like, why don't you... I don't know. If it's just that one weapon that's the problem, why would you nerf the whole unit? This is now the Bitch About Games Workshop podcast YouTube channel. I don't know. Way to go, James. I mean, your statement there, welcome back, Darwinning. But your statement there about how there are rumors that they might actually change the, like, Dread Knight weapons points, that is actually the most intriguing thing I've heard. But maybe they'll do that in the balance sheet update? I don't know. Man, if I'm completely honest, and I sit here building one, I will give up all of my Dread Knights happily and willingly if they make our Terminators not suck. I miss my big Termy blobs. The termite drills are very good. I think they've just been hard to find because they're Forge World, if I remember right. But they are, like, they're basically drop pods with guns that can move after they drop. So pretty good, like, irrespective. of, you know, what you throw in them. But this let's see. Okay, I see. That's an interesting. Either changed the points or made it so the Grandmasters also counted as a Dread Knight for datasheet, like, you know, the rule of three. But if they do all of that, I don't know. It just kind of sucks because, like, there are, you know, if you've watched my The Problem with Grey Knights video, the problem really is that there are two standout data sheets in our 8 data sheet codex. And then when you remember that 2 of those data sheets, 3 actually, are honored knights, and so they can't interact with any Brotherhood stuff anyway. Just really, like, that only leaves us a few data sheets. And, like, the Interceptors and the Dread Knights were, like, the standout winners by far. So, I mean, they've got to be like coming out with an army of renown or something, because otherwise the honored knight keyword does nothing except limit what you can do with those units and how they interact with the rest of your army, and that seems like not interesting. The first FAQ. So, I mean, you don't mean the Munitorium field manual that's coming out tomorrow. You mean like the next balance data sheet that's supposed to be out in like February, I think. I wonder how that will affect. Well, it probably won't. Like, Iron Hand's shtick is that they can bring 2 Contemptor Dreads that are characters, and because the Dreads are 9 wounds, they actually get Lookout Sir, which is kind of fucking hilarious, honestly. At least I think it is. But I also haven't played them yet, so maybe I wouldn't think it's so funny if I was getting my ass beat by them. I haven't fought any of the good Iron Hands lists. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played them at all, so I have no dog in this fight. I've watched like a few bat reps and stuff, but that's about it. $60 intercessor list for Iron Hands? Oh, really? A whole updated codex for Space Marines? I don't know. I mean, are you talking about like a new codex, or are you talking about like psychic awakening? Man, like poor Necrons need some love. They could really use a psychic awakening. Because that's when they actually add in like new ways that like armies function, you know? Because like what they'll do with these facts and stuff is they'll buff points. They might do like I mean they will do, you know, sweeping game changes where it's like you can't bring more than 2 flyers and stuff like that. But like when armies specifically get new rules, it's in codexes and psychic awakenings. Seen super unreliable source that Phobos captains are gonna go up to 85 points. Yeah, I don't know. Like, captain rerolls are pretty good. Being able to hide and not be. But isn't there a Phobos thing where like they can't be shot at all? If you're outside of like 12 inches or something? What am I thinking of? Not bodyguard. I mean, not specifically, but there's like something about it. Yeah, there's some some warlord trait. I too would like it if other armies D6s feel bad, right? Like las cannons should probably be like 2d3. Not this D3 plus 3 stuff, but like 2d3, right? And then like your average goes up, your minimum goes down. Like it yeah. I just there's nothing like I mean like I was just kind of laughing at with the Razorback is it's like 2 shots, hits on 3s, wounds on 3s probably. 1 shot actually makes it through. You roll damage. It's a 2. Gives a shit. Like let our last cannons be railguns. Man, this is like the memeiest meme thing. You know what? I actually am looking forward to Tau just shooting everybody all the time in the face constantly and like everybody whining and crying. I can't wait. Like, especially if I hear any Drukhari player complain at all. I mean, that's just a straight up punch right to the dick. That's what I like. Like you have been large and in charge for like 9 fucking months. Get out of here. You know, like Admech was an absolute menace, but at least they, you know, they eventually stopped. Yeah, pretty much Drukhari players. Who cares what they think? You don't want to see our uh Eradicator spam again. Well, don't play the Army of Renown for Deathwatch then. Because that's a lot of what they did. That was super cool. Hold on. Huh. Okay. Huh. No, no Deathwatch Eradicator spam is fine. Okay, so it's fine if it's your army. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Okay. There. Okay, if you can send me that game, I want to watch it. Because having a bunch of eradicators just nuke orcs sounds hilarious. Also, Lex, what the hell is a tetra? I mean, I know it's a Tau thing, but what the hell is a tetra? I don't even think I've. Is that the like little bikes, the like Tron bikes? I don't think you've ever. Plastic crackheads. Okay. All right. Oh, KRAK, like crack missile. Nice. Plastic crackheads. There they are. So which one was it? There's. Nope. 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 Don't need that. Don't need that. I will look this up later, I think. Well, Plague Burst Crawlers have only gone down in points, so if they made you cry before, they're just here to stay now. Yeah, I don't, man. I've only played against Tau a few times, but the like craziness surrounding old marker lights was just silly. Now it's like if you put 3 marker lights on a enemy unit, the first friendly unit that fires at it gets +1, and then you remove 1 marker light. It is so much easier. Like, why was it? Oh, you get +1 to wound if there are 5 on it, and you get +1 to hit if there are 3 on it, and like 1 marker light means nothing. And I don't remember what the actual table was, but it was just like bonkers, like silly, complicated for what seemed like no real reason. Ultramarines versus Orcs. Ooh, I'm just like, my eyes are like crossing with all these videos. God, they have a lot. That's awesome. Ultramarines versus sisters. Here, Orcs versus, was it like 2 months ago? I think I found it. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, they have a lot of eradicators in this list. I can see them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. They have 18 eradicators. They have 18 eradicators, 3 Volkite contemptors, and then I don't know what kind of crazy ass Rhino variant that is, but it looks like it has 2 las cannons coming out the front. Maybe it's this guy's kit bash for a Razorback. But yeah, his whole army is 3 contemptors, 18 eradicators, a Razorback, and then like some HQs. That's fucking funny. Wow, and it's actually, so it's a 2-hour and 20-minute video. 10 minutes of it is an intro, and then there are actually 2 games in here back to back. Because it seems like the point they were trying to make is like first turn can be so wickedly powerful. So so game one, Orcs absolutely wreck Space Marines on turn one, and then game two, Ultramarines absolutely wreck Orcs turn one. Like, holy crap. That's really funny. Yeah, I guess we'll see tomorrow what's going on with all of these, like, weapon options and stuff, huh? Actually, you know what? I just realized, why is my host down in that corner when it could be up in this corner? That makes a lot more sense. Less likely to be in the way of my hands while I'm doing stuff. Alright, let's see. So there's the weapons. The arms are just built with... Yeah, okay. Arms just go together. No biggie. I can do those by themselves as well. $13 eradicators to this list. Yeah. That's funny. Got nothing to hold objectives, but you don't need to if their whole army's dead, right? Still have to hit, too. I don't know. Like, I remember eradicators, like, I had been playing only a little while when they first showed the eradicators data sheet, and like everybody was just up in arms about how could GW possibly think that this is a good idea. This total obliteration thing is just insane. It's Gravis armor, so nobody will ever kill them, blah blah blah. But then it's like, I don't know. It's like, oh, they have a 24-inch range. Just don't get near them. They can only move 6 inches. So stay outside at 30 inches. Deal with other stuff that you need to, and then deal with them. Or just target them down and kill them. It's like when Morty came out. You guys... you remember that? It's like, he's unstoppable, unkillable. And now he's so amazing, you don't even see him in Death Guard lists. That's how great Morty is. I don't know. Just the goddamned internet, you know? A whole bunch of whiny babies. I'm including me, but like a whole bunch of whiny babies. Yeah, so like these, I don't know if the camera is gonna pick this up well, but these like, these little grooves are really egregious, and I kind of want to fill those with green stuff. But like, I've only got 5 days to actually build this thing. Yeah, I mean, I did see that they were like they're switching up the points so that it's 12 points now from primary, and then each turn you have to do the whatever the other pro the secondary primary is. I don't know what else to like really call it, but yeah. So it depends on the mission. Like some of them just require you to kill an enemy unit or kill. You get 1 point per enemy unit killed or whatever, but then other ones will, yes, they'll require you to do actions and stuff. So that's actually one of the things I'm worried about with my new Grey Knights list is I lost all 3 squads of servitors, and I don't know if that is really a good thing in the new chapter approved book or not, because like it's just the only thing servitors are there to do is actions and move block. That's it. All they do. They die real easy. They can't fight worth a shit. They don't have guns, at least on my list, and I don't know why you would ever give them guns because they're horrendously expensive and they can't shoot worth a shit. So, you know. So we'll see. It might be that I have to go back down to only 25 interceptors and not 30, and I might have to bring some servitors. Boo-hoo, woe is me. Might have to play the game. What a jerk. Yeah, I didn't watch this obviously, but I skipped through it to game 2, and it's really funny to watch just like everything get absolutely murderized. I think the whole point of this bat rep was to show how ridiculous the like first turn advantage can be, you know. You still say your all servitor multi army has merit. I don't think you can actually build that. I think I've done this with you. I don't think you can actually build this. It'd be funny to try though. Actually, you know what? Do I have the battle scribe thing? No, I don't have it up yet. But all right, create new roster. 2,000 points. We'll make it a battalion because why not? No, we'll make it 2 patrols because I'm gonna need more elites. No, we'll make it. What is it? Vanguard is elites. I'll need lots of that. So we'll do a patrol and a vanguard. 3 knights. Patrol. Do vanguard. Okay. So we're gonna want tech marines. 1, 2. Because then I can bring more servitors. 3, 4. Yep, that actually does count. I have to bring 1 strike squad. Sorry. I have to fill my troop slot. Okay, now I can start looking at... Alright, so in non-force org, I'm going to do servitors. I'll give them... How many multi-multis can I give them? Is it 2? Or is it... Okay, so yeah, so it's 2... Yeah, okay. So only 2 heavy weapons per squad. Can't believe I'm fucking doing this. Alright, I'm just going to add this as a favorite, which will be really funny. Add to favorites. Alright, and then in the next non-force org... Favorites... Servitor. Okay, so that is all of the force org slots. I'm only at 690 points. So now if I add server. Oh, it puts it into Force Org now. Boo. Alright, so I have to make another favorite for servitors. Add it into duplicate. What can I do? 5? Can I do 5 in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay. I do another. I'll add a 6th duplicate. Is that broken? Too many selections of foretelling locus. Okay, yeah. Of course there is. All of my tech marines have foretelling. Good. Okay. Gotta add a warlord. We'll make it this guy. I cannot believe that I'm actually doing that. Who needs Battleforge? None of its strats works on them. You're right. They don't get rerolls. It doesn't matter. I don't want to harp on it, but since we're 50, everybody just plays at the cheapest points value. All facts and rules in place. Did I say except AdMech? All right. Let's see. Cool. So I now have loaded up. Wait, no, my patrol can take some too. I don't want to lie. How many elites can the patrol take? 2? 1, 2, 3. Let's see if that throws an error. It does. I need battle size. 2,000 points, obviously. Alright, what if I add another servitor to... Alright, that's too many. So you can take 6 elites. Wow. Yeah, you can take 6 elites. Okay. I have now actually shoved as many servitors into here as I possibly can. I'm at 1,020 points. 4 tech marines and 12 squads of servitors, all with double multi-melta. So as long as they're next to the tech marine, hold on, let's see how this works. Shit. Hold on. Let's go to Grey Knight servitors. They are elites for some reason. Okay, so we are looking at mind lock. So if they are within 6 inches of a friendly Grey Knight tech marine, they will have a weapon and a ballistic skill of 4 up instead of 5 up, and their leadership goes from 6 to 9. In addition, if your army is Battleforged, then each Brotherhood tech marine can include 1 squad of servitors in a non-Force Org slot. You see, that's why I needed to be Battleforged, is because otherwise this actually wouldn't fit. So what do I do with it? So you know what's actually really funny? If we play a 1,000-point game, I could run this. If I drop foretelling of Locust, because it only works on core units anyway, so why would I even have it? I'm at 990 points. So there you go. If you ever want to play me, Levi, with this list, 12 squads of servitors, 4 tech marines, 990 points. All right. Jose, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you later, man. I'm gonna actually, GK all servitor. I'm gonna actually post this into the, oh, I need to pick, a Brotherhood, not that it matters. Do you Silver Blades? I'm gonna actually post this into the Grey Knight thing, like, hey guys, just made a sweet 1,000 point list on my stream. Check it out. There you go. We'll see what that feedback looks like. Guess it's a pretty decent reaction to, oh my god, I need action monkeys. So, here's what we ought to do. Levi, you do a list of as many cultists as you could fit into 1,000 points. And I'll shoot you with multi-meltas. We'll see how well that goes. Do you need to go potty, Ivar? All right, I'm gonna do a little intermission. My dog has to use the bathroom, and I'm gonna get another drink, and then I'll be right back. So, burb. Alright, I'm back. Told you I wasn't gonna be gone long. As far as I know, bikes cannot do actions unless it's a bike in a death watch list in a kill team that still has an infantry model in it, because then they count as having the infantry keyword. 150 cultists. Oof. So far the only response to our sweet list is ... wow. Two dark pulses forward. Yeah. So here's the thing. If I'm gonna fight that, like, I should probably bring heavy bolters. Plasma cannon says blast. That'd be funny. I don't know. I just don't think, like, there's just not enough shots from this army to kill 150 cultists. Like, it's impossible. Brotherhood Tech Marines are rapid fire 1, so if they're in, so let's assume that's 8 shots total from them. I think they also get some other gun, right? Oh, a flamer, okay. And a plasma cutter. Alright, so that's gonna be, let's average 10 shots for each of those guys. That's 40. So yeah, I guess maybe it is possible, but it's going to be mainly the Tech Marines actually killing the cultists. I guess I do have one strike squad in there because I have to have troops. So they'll be my strongest unit on the board, is 5 Strike Marines. Are you guys really gonna get cultist characters? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be really cool, actually. I really want yeah, I really want an interceptor character for Grey Knights. I think it's sad that there isn't like a super mobile, I mean, other than Grey Knights just in general being very mobile with their deep strike stuff all over the place, but like, I want a character that can follow around the interceptors and do something cool. Oh, that's right. There was that whole, man. That's right. If they release squats for 40k and the models aren't garbage, I fucking love dwarves. Like, they are my favorite fantasy race. And I will gobble that up. I am a sucker. If they actually bring back squats, because one of the things that those leaks said, which I mean, to be fair, it might have been an absolute joke that they added the squats part in there. But if they do bring back squats, I will be a happy man. Well, I guess, like, I don't know. It has to have a cool army, like, a presence, too. I don't want it to just be like, oh, they're pirates in space, or, oh, they're just dirty bikers in space. Like, it's got to be something. Too bad they will be Tau auxiliaries. That would be funny. Like, no, we just kind of, like, joined them. It's fine. Y'all didn't take us very seriously, so went and joined the Tau. If they only mind control us a little bit, it's fine. How did I mess that up so bad? That looks like garbage. Use too much glue. Now I'm gonna have to spend way too much time cleaning this up. My own worst enemy, yo. My own worst enemy. Down, 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 down. So yeah, sub-assembly painting. Levi, look at me. I'm learning. Yeah, they hold grudges. They used to, way back when, both in real life and fake life. But hey, man, we're splitting the Fire Slayer Deepkin box, so I'll have my weird BDSM diaper-wearing dwarves versus your penis people, who are super into eels and other phallic objects. It's like a match made in heaven. I guess I can glue the legs onto this thing. That's not going anywhere. Alright, and then one of the things I know I won't need in this build, so I won't need these armatures. These can go into my bits box. I will be leaving the shoulders bare. We'll need these though. At least one of them, not the other. Snap off legs. Terminator. Pretty stoked about your eyeless fish elves and bondage gear. Yeah, man. Like, I mean, kind of like I said, it's a match made in heaven. Like, the Fire Slayers legitimately all wear, like, armored chastity belts. Also, you are gonna hate playing that army. Because, like, they've already previewed their new battle tome, and they're gonna have a 4-up feel no pain. Which they call a ward in Age of Sigmar. A ward. Shirts for skins. Yeah, it's true. Well, actually, they are both. So in the age of like Sigmar lore or whatever, there's you know, death, order, life, chaos, whatever. Both of our factions are order. So, eh? We are kind of on the same team. We're just gonna call that shirts. Or, sorry, skins. I'm on Team Skins. Man, I've actually made some okay progress. Not as much as I would have made if I just did this all by myself without anyone else, but this is way more fun. This is way more fun than throwing on a TV show I can mostly ignore, and that way I have noise in the background while I do all this. But I'd probably be further along. Is that? shouldn't put the shoulder pads on yet, but I don't want to lose them. And I'll fucking lose them. I'm bad at life. So, have you played any Age of Sigmar, Levi, or? I don't think you have. And I've only played one game ever, so it's not like I'm a veteran or anything. All right, so I want this arm, his right arm, to have a gun on it. So I will put one of the little arm flashes on there. And then honestly, if I pop these armatures out of there, I can just get rid of the whole can go away into the garbage. Just watched a few online. You watch any with like your armies or anything, or? I don't know. I liked so much about that game when I played it, because I was like comparing it to, you know, like 40K and stuff, like being able to choose your own turn objective was super cool. And like felt really neat, where, you know, even if you knew you couldn't like this turn grab enough primary or whatever, you knew you could at least complete your battle goal and you wouldn't be, you know, completely on the back foot. That kind of stuff seems really neat and well thought out. Can't put that together yet. Let's go on the bits box with this stuff. Arms. Put the arms in here because I'm not going to need them tonight. Probably want the side cannon on the shoulder here. I guess, I mean, I don't know a lot about Fire Slayers yet, but I guess they play, I mean, they're basically a immovable brick, but they don't move fast either, so I assume they kind of play like Dark Angels, where like you can't really kill them, but they also can't get to you to kill you either. Probably why they actually put them in the same box, as they play very differently. They probably play the way that I want Terminators to play. Good armor save, big, like, you know, lots of like protective buffs, feel no pain, so on, so forth. All right. Right arm gun. No, this is the second. This is the silencer. Yeah. No. I bought this new like desk setup, and I keep bumping it a little too much. But now I can move my feet. Like, I used to have two big stands, so one light and my camera and my other light, and the stand for my camera was like right between my legs, and actually made it super awkward to sit up, or sorry, like stand up, or like relax my feet in a nice way that was, you know, not painful. But fixed all that now. So, making progress. Oh, you know what? I guess if I... Hey, so you know... Levi, alright, this is my 1,000-point list. If I wanted to, I could actually just keep taking more Vanguards. Because it's not like I need the CP. I'll never spend it on anything. The only thing that could benefit from anything that I have would be my Tech Marines and my 1 Strike Squad. So I could just take, like, if I wanted to make this a 1,000-point list, and I'll, all right, I will save this again. Save as all servitor 1K. I'll go add another Vanguard detachment. Too bad I can't just copy paste like a whole detachment. That would be real nice. I'll do another Tech Marine and a I don't need a brother captain. How dare you? And another Tech Marine. I'll have to remove foretelling locust from both of them, obviously. Wait, hold on. Okay, so the Vanguard detachment I made before is 560 points. Oh god. Okay, yeah, I can actually do this, because then I can just... Yeah, if I just take double what I have now, I'll start the game with 1 CP, but who gives a fuck? Right? Because I have... You know what? I'm just gonna do this, because this is really funny. I don't mind doing this at all. Alright, so we'll do Vanguard. Tech Marine. Tech Marine. Really should not bounce you back to the top of the list. Alright, we'll remove Telling of Locust. Great. Then I'm gonna need to add a servitor squad. Alright. Duplicate. 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 Alright, and then we'll go up to... Wait, I have to put detachment cost, right, and then I gotta go up here and put the detachment cost. Yeah, okay, good. No, I already put it on there once. Okay, cool. It would be at 12. So now we're at 6. Guess I should give a Tech Marine a Warlord trait. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. So now we're at 6. Pick a Brotherhood. This is so dumb. I love it. Yeah, I don't know why I'm actually bothering, because we'll just know that it'll be twice as many of everything that I had, and it'll be 40 points too shy. I don't even know why I'm fucking bothering. Yeah. So then Psi beams can't melt Grey Knight steel beams. What? And then, okay, you know what? I think I had this set up. Hold on. I will actually, this way at least you guys can like follow along instead of just watching me do this. Oh yeah. Oh, it's so broken. Oh, it's amazing. All right, hold on. Now I gotta fix this shit. Da, 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 da. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, almost. Is this thing live, like, switching up while I do this? Because that would be weird, but whatever. Alright, lock that. Just leave that there, that's fine. Alright, anyway, so I was just about to add another Vanguard detachment. Because this will stick me down to 3 CP. But I'll be able to go down here and I'll add two more Tech Marines again. Gotta add attachment cost. Gotta add a Brotherhood. Gotta pick the same Brotherhood because this will happen after changes. And then I need 3 more elites. I think I can pull that off. Servitor. Drop it down to 2. Add multi-meltas. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I can only fit in 1 more on the no force org slot, which works out because I only have 1 more Tech Marine. Give him the multi-melta. Hell yeah, that's 1980 points. God, I feel like this, like a, oh, this is fucking awful. Okay. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, I guess I could give one of these Tech Marines a 20-point upgrade. Nope, that won't help. Let's do... Nope, that's also core. That won't help. That's core. That won't help. This will help. There. Presaged paralysis. I can turn off Overwatch on 1 enemy unit once per game. There you go. Oh boy, this is absolutely awful. I will post this into Pastebin so that all of you can go ahead and enjoy just how fucking terrible this is. There you go. It's my list. Good lord. This... I mean... one of the comments in the Grey Knight channel is, hell yeah, this reminds me of a 300 conscript list, which is Gandhi from earlier in chat even. So I have 6, 12, 18, 27 servitor squads, 7 Tech Marines. Yeah, this is legit, man. This is great. I have so many multi-meltas. Everything in this list is gonna hit on 4s. Wound on 3s to 2s. That's nice. only half of them actually shoot though, because the other ones don't have guns. It's just the multi-melta ones that actually shoot. This is awful. Oh man. Yeah, that is. Alright. What's really crazy is I could actually, if I don't take multi-meltas and I take like heavy bolters and plasma cannons, I can actually fit in a decent amount more servitors. I don't even want to know where I'm gonna. I mean, I guess I have a 3D printer. I could actually print this many servitors, but I don't want to base and paint them. Not for what's effectively a really shitty joke. All right. Cool. Got a gun. Sword. So I need fingers on the sword. The swab. So, did you get the points for your the Tetra then? Like, do you know what they're gonna be able to do? I guess that whole codex is leaked by now, right? Like, it's effectively everything that's been leaked. Cleanse the demon filth. I guess the funniest part about this whole... Oh, they're Forge World. Okay, of course they are. Well, if you ever don't want to pay for Forge World, let me know. I'll just 3D print you something. Fucking Forge World. Shitty resin. Overpriced. Like, I say that knowing that I just spent $60 on a Dread Knight and Forge World's overpriced. Alright, so the basic idea would be something like this. So we got a gun in this arm. And then I'm going to take this armature here. I'm going to put it in the same spot. Sort of. I already glued this together, so that's not really possible, but it doesn't really matter. Because I can... What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the other gun. Something like this. So it'll be hanging over. I might have to cut down armature a little bit. to cut this down significantly. But I'll have a better base for it if I put this little weapon cover bottom of it. I know, God, like you having to resculpt it is like when I was dealing with my like fail cast of Drago. Like I spent so much time with a hairdryer trying to get things hot again so I could bend them back into shape, and that shit was right out of the blister pack. Like it's not like I bought it from a friend and it had been like, you know, in the bottom of a drawer for 6 years or something. Like, no, this was like brand new, out of the blister pack, and it was awful. Like his sword was a hook. It was like this. It's so dumb. And then they have the gall to like to charge you how much for it? Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Alright, I think that'll work. Alright, I might need this one though. Can you guys hear my music? I'm asking for music takedown reasons. You shouldn't be able to hear it, but I want to make sure. Yeah. Fucking failcast. What's battle resin? I've never heard of battle resin. Good. No music. That's what I wanted to hear. Thought I had my audio stuff all like stacked up right, but you never know. Oh, brittle, not battle resin. I got you. Brittle. All right. So, how am I going to do this? All right, I'm going to have to cut this down unless I want it to stand way up, and I don't. Ooh, this is actually the scariest part of the build so far. I pretty much have to cut off like this whole arm. I gotta do it at an angle that makes sense for the gun, so we'll do this a little bit at a time. I have an extra one of these, so if I really mess it up, yeah, that already seems better. I think it's too tall. Hmm. What? At least Draco is a thick boy, yes. Poor Necron characters are really spindly, and there was horror stories of people having to get 9+ replacements to make it, what, look good? Or what? Nine? No fucking way. That's just insane to me. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to trim down this. Be flat. And then not this side because I want it to kind of shield and cover what I'm doing. But you can kind of get the idea of like what I'm trying to do here. So the guns would be like this, more or less, right? I think looks neat, but I want this to be I still want this gun to be more flush further down than where it is now. So only reason this isn't sticking to the sticky tack is because it has the little cable in the back that's pushing on it. You know, I probably have to remove these smokestacks off the back of this bad boy. I think I'm gonna have to remove this smokestacks on the back and then file it real flat because this back here is gonna keep getting in the way. You see how it's like already in the way? I really want this flush with the shoulder. I'm gonna have to get rid of, and the smokestacks looks dumb going right into the like underside of the. Just gonna go for it. Fuck it. Fortune favors the bold. It actually wasn't so bad. It's actually looking pretty good already. I wasn't sure what this looked like inside. You know, I wasn't sure if it was like a hole all the way through or something. You know? So. Feels pretty flat. Nice, nice, nice. That's a lot better. Also, this is like giving me nostalgic Predator valves, and I am super into that. Right? Like, because he's got like, you know, the plasma cannon on his on his shoulder. It's rad. Alright, and then here's the thing. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to save it in my little bits. So I save like some to-go stuff. And if I want to, so that actually fits nice. But if I need to, I can actually cut a little bit more off of here and then put that end back on there to give it like a nice, you know, probably have to, I want to chop a little bit off right here. Right here. How do I want to do this? All right. So we'll look at that. All right, that's nice. Cool. So we're getting to where, like, I can lay it. I can have it be straight on the shoulder now, because I removed that side. So I probably don't have to remove the other side. But I think I want to cut the armature down even a little bit more, just a tiny bit, just a little bit. And I want to try to round it out now. Yeah, you see how now I could like glue that up nice? Damn! Damn! Almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. That's a pretty straight cut. Unless you were like looking real close, you'd never see that I packed that up so hard. Okay, okay. So we got that. I can probably find other bits in my box to like put something together to kind of cover up what's in the front there. So if you look at it from the front, you won't see that it's just like an armature. Now the real question is, do I want it tilted, or do I want it flat? Do I want it tilted, or do I want it flat? Because the idea is like this could move, right? I mean, it obviously won't move quite like that, but you see what I'm saying. So flat or cocked? Flat or cocked? Cocked looks the best. Flat, cocked, flat, cocked, flat, cocked. I don't. Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if I'm gonna angle the torso yet. It all depends on how I cut around the legs, honestly. Yeah, I guess you want it to be dynamic based on what the actual pose is, because I'm hoping I can do like a dynamic pose where it's like starting to lift his feet like he's in a run. You know? I think that would look really good. I gotta go get another Dread Knight so that I magnetize this right. I'll be right back. Yeah, one of the things I learned really quick is if I was gonna magnetize stuff, you need to make sure your polarities are the same all the time, or else you will drive yourself crazy, and you might as well have just glued it all in the first place. Smaller magnets, big chunky magnets. Yeah, it's a big deal. Like, you can't just go to town. You gotta make sure that things are aligned properly. I too have learned this the hard way, so. Eh? Almost like I know what I'm doing. That one's done. Magnetize all the things. Man, I remember when I started like magnetizing my Deathwatch army. It was so scary. Ridiculous. Going two. I've done so much now, so much magnetizing that it's just like part of the game. The pin vice makes it so easy. So easy. Never recommend anybody magnetize without it. Pew 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 pew. And I mean that's why we play the game, is to make pew 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 noises. You can't prove me wrong. Arm. Guess I should magnetize the sword, because it'll probably be the sword. Let's be honest. Why do I do this? Where did I put that other... Oh, it is in there. Just block. Might be time to call it quits pretty soon. Okay, there they are. I lost my magnets. It is almost... I mean, it's closing in on 11. It's not almost 11, but it is closing in on 11, so... Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it too pretty soon. I know I've got one viewer on still, but oh, CJ, god damn it. Ah, CJ, no. I caught him too late. I didn't realize who it was making or cracking that joke. Oh, I feel bad. All right. Well, Woo! Glue, glue, glue. Magnet, magnet, magnet. Here's the hand. I'm gonna finish the magnetization and I'll probably call it for the night because I'm fading fast. I'm making stupid mistakes. I can tell. Like, who's still there? There's a viewer, but who is it? Can't even tell. Prove to me you're not a bot. This way. Not responded yet. Must be a bot. Okay, bot. I'll show you a little secret I have. This is Super Glue Accelerator. Super nice when you gonna be gluing something you know has to go in right the first time. Done. Glued. Tink. Just like that. Now I can switch it around. I can put it on here, which is hilarious. Magnets. How do they work? All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. Anybody who's watching in the future for some damn reason. It's been like 3 hours, but it's been a lot of fun. We had Cannon Biggs on here earlier. He'll probably be back. I know Derek, the Grey Knight dude, wants to do another discussion with me. We might do that tomorrow, and maybe even Stefan from One Last Blade will join us and or be involved on this channel in some way. And until next time, I will see you guys later, and don't forget to like,